Hello. Welcome to the Miller Family Open live stream. My name is Chris Quick. I'm the owner of the Palatine Pack Timing and Pack Media organization. We're lucky enough to partner with the University of Michigan and the Miller Family Open to bring you 2 days worth of coverage of the events here of the adaptive track and field meet throughout today and tomorrow. So in today's broadcast, we're going to be able to bring you, as you can see live on our screen, the seated competitions in the throws. So we are beginning with the club throw down here in the big ring on the northwest corner of the track. You can see that happening live on the feed. We're also going to be able to bring you coverage of the seated shot put and the seated discus throughout the night. So we do not have integrated results for you today. So we are going to try to get some live reporting from our correspondent down on the field. But we will be able to bring you video feeds of the events themselves. As results become available to us, we are going to read them out along with the competitors who are there. So we do have two athletes competing in the club throw today. We have Peyton Manigo, classification F32, and then Maximilia Calabrese in classification F90. So our F32 athletes, these are all athletes mostly with some level of coordination impairment. So we have any athletes that are not fully ambulatory competing today in all of our seated competitions. So many of our wheelchair athletes will be in this throughout the afternoon here. So we'll try to switch back and forth between the two feeds to show you each throw as it's happening. We have an exciting weekend of coverage from the meet. Tomorrow is a much more extensive competition and a much more extensive coverage day. We are going to run a pre-show tomorrow from 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. to highlight some of the administrators and coaches and athletes that are here competing in this incredibly diverse event. It's a very unique event where you'll see a lot of athletes competing together from different classes at the exact same time. It's very much an integrated event. So you may see athletes competing in the same race, but they could happen to be in 4 or 5, even 6 different classifications. For those of you that don't know the classifications that well, we will be reporting on that as best of our ability. There's an incredible classification system for these adaptive sport Paralympic athletes, and we will be trying to fill you guys in on that as well. During the pre-show tomorrow, too, we're going to be highlighting some of the incredible athletes that are here. We have everybody all the way from beginners here all the way up to, medalists at the Paralympics. So the program here at the University of Michigan is fairly young and is growing quickly. It's an incredible opportunity to kind of keep expanding access to what adaptive sports are to a bigger audience and to expand access to high level competition for more and more athletes. So we're really excited across these 2 days to get everybody immersed in this world. We'll also be doing a halftime show tomorrow, trying to catch the athletes a little bit more, in casual settings, a little less of a formal interview. We'll see who we can catch tomorrow to talk about their meet. We're hoping midstream to catch some athletes that have already finished their events to talk about how things have been going in the meet so far. We're also hoping to get some athletes that are competing in the afternoon tomorrow to talk with us ahead of their big competition. So, like many track and field athletes across the United States, we're staring at a home Olympics in 2 years, and I guarantee you that there are some athletes in this meet with big dreams of being in the trials and then being there in August of 2028 in LA to compete in the Paralympic Games on home soil. So really excited to have this meet be a part of that tableau. I think that was part of its, the imagination of the meet from the start. Um, so I'm gonna sign off here for a bit. We're gonna keep the coverage coming as we acquire details here of the competitors and the flights that are going. We will filter those names, and we will pass along results when we have them. Until then, we're gonna sign off for a little bit and just let the video run, and we'll see what information we can grab for you guys. Okay, so in terms of action right now, we in this northeast ring, we have the women's shot put going on, and the flow of the event will be each athlete okay. Each athlete will complete all of their throws before moving on to the next athlete. So, all right, we have okay. So Peyton Menigo has been up here in the club. She came in with a best mark of 14.53 meters. First throw or best throw there was a little over 10 meters. So sounds like Peyton's best throw from our reports down the field was 1380 today. We've got Maximilian Calabrese now, our only male competitor in the club. He's up now. You can see him in action there. We'll be getting reports here from down on the field soon. Let's see. His seed coming in was he didn't have a mark coming in, so hoping to establish a new best mark at least for this season. Maybe has thrown the club before. Um, you can see him in the seated position here. Seated club is really interesting. For those of you that have never watched it, it's kind of it's almost like a weighted bowling pin device, and most competitors will be back to the field and then kind of like throwing backwards over their head almost. See Maximilian getting ready here now in between efforts. I believe each athlete's getting 5 or 6 attempts in these field events today, which is nice. Full 6 throw series is always pretty fair in the weights. You see Maximilian there with his club throw. And then we're going to flip over. We have Caroline now starting in the uh, Caroline Winstill in the seated shot put here, starting her series. We can see her winding up. We're going to get you Caroline's seed here. See, that's either her first or second throw. That was her sixth throw, actually. So Caroline came in with a 8.2 meter uh, best mark. Not sure if that's this year or lifetime. I'm guessing it's probably this year, but her seed was 8.2. So that was her sixth throw. So we're gonna wait on our report from down the field to see what her series looked like. For the non metric folk out there. An 8 meter throw is somewhere in the realm of 26 to 27 feet. Just doing my quick track math. Not exact, but probably more toward 20, 26 high, 27 low. And again, the transition from athlete to athlete, from the seated throwing position makes a lot of the time here is spent like getting the athlete strapped into the seated position, transitioning from athlete to athlete. So that's why we do all of the throws consecutively, unlike like able-bodied competition where everybody's rotating into the ring and out. Caroline's first throw was 7.96, so that approaches her best. We'll see if any of the other throws in this series were better than 7.96. I'm gonna get my metric and feet calculator out here for the metric averse. Okay, second throw is 7.65. So best we've heard here is 7.96. That's 26 feet low. My guess was fairly close. While they're transitioning here, we're gonna flip back over to the northwest ring. We still have Maximilian. Maximilian's still working through his series in the uh, club throw here. Okay. Caroline's fourth throw, 789. They're not an improvement on that final throw. Still probably hunting this 8 meter throw. Wish we could get some. Okay, so it sounds like based on our reporting that Caroline's best throw was 801. Okay, we're going to transition now in both rings. We have Maximilian coming out of the ring here. We don't have any data on his club throw yet. They will be shifting to the seated discus in that northwest ring. Is that for Maximilian, you guys? So it sounds like 757 was Maximilian's best throw there in the club. We're moving on to our second thrower here in the seated women's shot put. I'm guessing that's Amy Zyber based on the heat sheets. She comes in with a no mark, if this indeed is Amy. Categorized as F56. These are our wheelchair athletes. We'll be getting some reporting from assistant director Eric Rebesnik down there is a jack of all trades here. He's helping coordinate everything that's happening at the meet. He's down here reporting for us at the seated shot put in the Northeast ring. So very busy man today. Yeah, these all the results here are unofficial results being radioed to us, so we will get those officially later. While we got these transitions in the seated throws, we have a lot of our athletes that'll be competing tomorrow now out on the open track. So, I see my friend Ben Blumond down there, I think. There's Ben down there from Distance Night in the blue hat. Uh, I run a meet in Palatine, Illinois called Distance Night in Palatine that includes a Special Olympics 800. And one of our winners, our previous winners, Ben Blumond, is always here at this meet, and he's down warming up on the track. So make sure to see him. I'm going to see what Ben is entered in for tomorrow. Yeah, we got Amy Zeiber coming up next. My friend Ben Blumond will be competing in the T20 800-meter ambulatory tomorrow. It's always excited to see him in town in Ann Arbor from the Chicago area. Fairly fast athlete. Competed at the world level in snowshoe competition. Um, Generally a long distance athlete. All right, we're getting Amy set up in the northeast ring for her seated shot put. And I believe we're going to transition to discus in this northwest ring. Not sure if they're going to start with men or women here, so we'll wait on that. Um, we have 6 competitors in the men's seated discus, and then 4 competitors in the women's seated discus. These seated throwing events are really incredible. They, you know, do not involve quite the range of motion or the type of torque that you see in regular competition. So there's a lot of like limitation that goes into this, and so the technique is very very different, very interesting to watch. You'll see these wheelchair athletes get really really elastic as they try to like generate a lot of like force through the seated zone, if you will. Amy Zeiber here comes in with a no mark, but she's representing GLASA, which is the Great Lakes Adaptive Sports Association. We've been proud as timers to be affiliated with their track and field portion of their GLASA games in Chicago. I've worked with Cindy Hausner for years there to do the timing in the north suburbs of Chicago. So always great as people from the Chicago suburbs to see GLASA athletes represented in a big regional meet like this. Excited to see what what Amy has here. She's entered as a U20 Open, so she's fairly young athlete. Whereas Caroline was entered here as a Masters 35 athlete. And it's one of the beauties of the Miller Family Open is seeing so many different ages, different classifications of athlete, and seeing all the different experience. You have everybody again from very, very experienced Paralympic athletes down to brand newbies. So the feeling of community here is always palpable as those athletes share experience together. And we see Amy's first I believe that was her first throw. We'll be getting some reports here in a second about distance. You can see these throws coming in quick succession. Eric is gonna get us distances after the 6th throw. See a lot of arc on these first couple throws. Definitely tough, as in all throw events, to get the right angle, to get to the right distance you want. That one looks strong. Always tough, with these seated athletes to do 6 consecutive throws. I think the more experienced athletes take a little bit more time, in between. A little bit more of a pause there. It may have been because, I'm guessing that there may have been a fouls on the first couple throws. That one looked like it was measured. That looked like, Amy's best throw yet. See the white flag go up there, so, uh, see what the measurement is there. That definitely, based on the markings I can see in the ground, looked like her best throw yet. It's good to see an athlete getting stronger during competition. That was close one too in terms of, being best throws, so definitely good to see Amy, like, settling in, hitting her best marks at the end of her series. Any, shot discus coach loves that. That one looked a little shorter, so we'll look maybe it's looking like that was a foul as well, so looking perhaps that 4th or 5th round throw may have been the one, and that appears to be yeah, that okay, so Amy is done. We're gonna get her results here in just a second. While we wait on Amy's results, let's pop over to the discus ring. Let's see, we do have an athlete in the discus ring here. Not sure if they're completely ready yet. And again, not sure whether they're going women's or men's discus first here in this ring. If it's men, we'll have Isaac Duncan going first. If it's women, it'll be Carolyn Winstill. I'm guessing we're gonna have the men first here because the women are still throwing in the shot ring here. So if this is Isaac over in the discus, let's see here. Go through my entry sheet. Isaac comes in with no mark, and he's listed as we're getting rid of Amy's series here. I'm guessing this is Isaac Duncan down in our seated discus. I need to get confirmation on that. Okay, this is Ray Brown. We just got confirmation. We've got this is Ray Brown in the ring. We caught 2 throws there. That one looked like it might have been a foul, but I did not see a flag. It looked like it came out of the zone to the right. There's another throw by Ray here. This is maybe throw 3 or 4. That was a better throw. Definitely in the zone. Not sure if they measured that one either. Ray comes in. He does not have a mark listed. He's also unattached. His age group listed as Masters M60. That looked like it was down the right side. Do we have Amy's series there, Carson? Okay. Waiting to finish hear Amy's full series before we read the results for her. Felt like rounds 4 or 5 were her best throws, but that we got Ray Brown here on. That definitely looked like his best throw so far. I don't know if Ray is throwing or just warming up here. Not sure. Okay, so we have live here. We have Ray Brown. He was warming up before that was red flag there as a foul. On Amy's Cyber's uh shot put there in the northeast ring, we just confirmed that 5.15 was her best, and that was the fifth round throw that we were guessing was her best. She was a foul on the 6th throw. We'll be getting a Ray's series here as it goes along. We're gonna hold with Ray's series. We do have Kendall Walker coming up in the northeast ring in the seated women's shot put. She was not on the initial entries, so we'll relay you her throws as we get going here, and we'll give you some 1307 was Ray's first legal throw. That would have been his second throw. It looks like his third throw here was a foul. So Ray's sitting on 13.07 as his best at the moment with 3 throws left. Okay, looks like we have Ray Brown here, 4th throw. solid distance there, but that looks to be foul. No, that called that in. That's a good throw. We'll see what that one measures. Ray, even in warmups, was down the right side a lot of this sector. In terms of where he's releasing it, it's coming out down that right side. So that one did stay in. So 12-3-1 on that fourth throw for Ray. Not an improvement on his 13-meter best. This one did come out. Throw five did come out kind of a little bit more down the left side. Did not look to be an improvement on his previous best effort. So we're gonna catch Ray's final throw here, and then we're gonna shift over to Kendall Walker in our northeast ring. Hopefully, we'll be able to catch her series of throws. Okay, so that was an improvement. Ray's fifth attempt was a 14:30. It's over a meter better than his previous best as he loads up for his final throw here. And it looks to be a foul, sector foul on the sixth throw. So that 14:30 will be his will be Ray's best. Classification for Ray is an F57. So these are seated wheelchair bound throwers. So good effort by him. Definitely improved this as the series went on. All right, we're going to shift over to the northeast ring as we get Kendall Walker into action here. Not sure if she's taken any throws yet. Hopefully we can stay in a nice rhythm while one athlete is throwing in one ring while another athlete is taking the seated position in the other. So you see Ray kind of leaving the ring there. Now they're going to be transitioning. Next athlete there should be Gary Hurt. We'll see if he's the next up. He's the next up on the list, but there are some scratches here in the meet today. Is it? Saw a throw there from Kendall. She may be warming up too. I'm not sure what the protocol is for warm up throws here. Kendall's got a kind of a style where she rocks back and then comes forward almost like a baseball throw here. Generate a lot of torque from that lean back position and then a lot of follow through. That was good. So let's see if we are going to measure. Did see a white flag there. So that one was a foul. Guessing that Kendall's one of our younger athletes. One of the great beauties of the Miller Family Open is seeing these younger athletes get in here and mix it up with some really, really experienced Paralympic athletes. We're happy to be able to bring you any coverage of the field events. Is not a thing that always gets done in track and field, where you get to have a dedicated field event feed. It'll be a little tougher tomorrow when we got a lot of cameras out on the track covering the track meet tomorrow. We're still waiting on marks here from Kendall, from Eric, and then we'll. All right, we got him coming in on the radio here. First throw. First throw was 2.14. Throws 2 and 3 were fouls there. Throw 4 was 1.91. .207 in round 5. .171 in round 6. So Kendall finishes with a 2.14 meter throw. We're going to shift out of that ring now back to our big ring. We still are we're still getting that set up. We got a lot of throwers going to be coming through this big ring in the discus. See if I can find my discus page. Yeah, it would look to be Gary Hurt up next in the seated discus here. We had 7 athletes competing in the discus in the seated category today. We have Gary Hart here. Gary Hurt competing in the F90 category. His best discus is 1399. And then behind him, we have Eric Francis. Eric Francis is quite a thrower. He's thrown 3176 in the seated discus. He's competing in the F56 category classification. Sorry. Then we have Zach Carter. He's coming along. He's thrown 1444 is his best mark. Roger Tolliver here as an F91 athlete, not coming in with a mark. And then our 7th athlete would be Dominic Norris. All right, we're still waiting here as they prepare the discus area. We'll get a clear read on who comes next in this men's discus competition. Next athlete coming up in the women's shot put is going to be Taylor Gassman of the University of Michigan. See if we can get a incoming best mark for Taylor here. She comes in with a 19-foot PR or best mark. She's competing as an F57 athlete. See Taylor getting some of her warm-up throws in here. We'll leave it here with Taylor's warm-up as we wait for our next athlete to come up into the northwest ring for the men's discus. All right, so we're going to transition here into Taylor's competition throws here in a second and see her continuing to warm up down in the ring. It was that looked like throw one. That was a pretty good throw, actually. You get the white flag there, so that was a measured throw. Again, these throws will come in fairly quick succession now. Amazing how these athletes generate the torque necessary to very like rotational in the seated position. You can imagine to generate the torque to get the implement out as far as possible. This throw four coming up for Taylor. Taylor now getting ready for her fourth throw. That looked like that may have been best throw yet there. That I think that was round four for Taylor. Definitely a mark. Good mark there too. Hard to see the sector lines from up here. To my eyes, that was her best throw of the competition. Another good throw based on the officials' marks that looks to be a little shorter than previous throw, but they're almost right on top of each other. A good back part of her series happening here. All three of those throws look to be very close to each other and the best in her series. So we will wait for the results of Taylor's sixth throw series here. While we wait for those results, we're going to pop over to the other ring. We we are moving in now toward our next athlete here in the seated men's discus. We can get some confirmation on who this is. Okay, we can see our action now here in the discus. We just got confirmation that Taylor's farthest throw was 6.33. It was actually one of her first couple throws. So 6.33 meters, somewhere right around 20 feet. We're getting some warm up throws now down here in the discus ring. Can you up next in the seated discus? We're gonna have Luke Bowman competing under an F54 classification in the open age group here. So let's see how Luke does. You can see his warm up throws here a little bit. As we wait for Luke to get going here, we just want to remind everybody and thank the Miller family for making the Miller Family Open possible. This is a family that supports inclusive athletic opportunities at Michigan and beyond. So without their support, we wouldn't be having this incredible meet. So we definitely want to give them their props for making this meet possible. Um, we also want to throw out a thank you to the Guardian Life Insurance Company of America. They're the leading provider of insurance and employee benefits for their incredible support of adaptive sports and their sponsorship of multiple marquee events through the Adaptive Student Athlete Program. Uh, Incredible title sponsor here for the event and for the athletes here making all of this possible. So back to the action. We're waiting on Luke's measured throws. He's going through his warm ups here. And then while Luke is getting warmed up here, we're transitioning to our next thrower in the women's shot put. Um, we only had 4 entries there. Amelia Gwynn may still be yet to go there. Not see yet who is getting into the seat next. So we'll await confirmation on who that is. While we watch Luke's final warm up throws here, we also want to thank the I Am an Athlete 2 organization, the nonprofit that champions inclusion and empowerment for disabled athletes. They've given a number of giveaways for the participants. The I Am an Athlete 2 Foundation was founded by Maria Velat, who's going to be on our pre show tomorrow. She's the co founder and CEO, and she successfully lobbied the Michigan High School Athletic Association to create an adaptive category for high school track and field. Uh, the I'm an Athlete 2 Foundation also hosts annual clinics. They provide loaner racing wheelchairs. They offer support to schools, coaches, athletes, and families across Michigan to help integrate these adaptive athletes into their high school teams. So I can't wait to talk to Maria in our pre show tomorrow to hear more about her journey as an athlete, but also her, in creating such an organization while she's been a student here at the University of Michigan. So great piece of our pre-show tomorrow, talking to her. I think she also is running the ceremonial 100-meter dash tomorrow, I think at some point. Just to celebrate everything that she represents in terms of her hard work, for the athletes in this community. Luke Bowman now in here in the ring. These look to be competition throws. I see a white flag there. We do have a measurement. 12:28 has been Luke's best throw so far. He did not come in with a seated best mark. It's 11.06 on Luke's third throw. These throw series have been kind of nice. There's a bit of a three throws and then a bit of a break, and then three more throws. Seems to be a good pattern for the athletes. Six throws consecutively is not good in these explosive events. You got to have a little time to reload the central nervous system for the big explosive efforts. See Luke there on the feed talking to his coach. Good mark there on Luke's fourth throw. Again, I'm real fascinated by the ability of these athletes to create torque where they can't do full rotation. So the elasticity that takes, and then obviously the strength it takes to get these heavy implements out there without as much power from physics as you would with a fully rotational athlete is really impressive. If you've ever watched the really high level Paralympic discus throwers, it is something to behold. Hoping to see catch Eric Francis here in a little bit, where you're looking at a 31.76 best mark. I mean, that's 100 plus feet in the seated discus. So very exciting. We just got confirmation that Amelia Gwynn from Texas will be the next up in the seated women's shot put in the Northeast ring. So we're down to, I believe, Luke Bowman's final throw here. He's sitting on a best of low 13 meters. Not sure that not sure that looked like an improvement on previous throws from Luke. We shall see when we get the result here in a minute. 11.33 on that last throw for Luke. So 12.28 is his best throw out of his six as he exits the ring here. So we'll let them reload at the discus ring for the men, and we're gonna shift back over. Okay, so I think we may have missed Amelia while we were with Luke. Um, we are going to get her series here in a second. Our apologies. We got uh, athletes throwing the exact same time out here, so not always easy to catch all of the throws. Amelia's previous best has been 3 point out for her. She's competing with athletes without limits in the U14 age group. So we'll see how her throws today measure up. First throw is 288. We're going to get the full series here. Second throw 305, so that does better her previous best mark. We'll see if she had a better one in the rest of her series. All right, so that 305 does stand up as Amelia's best throw of the competition. And that is the end of our women's seated shot competition. We will see who they put up next in this ring. I'm not sure how they're going to do that. A lot of the men are still throwing the discus here. Not sure what they're going to have up next in this Northeast ring. So we are going to shift back. We do have an athlete here in the ring. Okay, so next up on the feed here, we got Jonathan Osborne in his warm ups for the seated discus. Jonathan is listed as an F34 classification and competing in our open age group. Does not have a listed best mark. Best mark we've seen so far in general across classifications today has been Ray Brown's 14 meters 30. And again, that doesn't always mean as much as it sounds like because we have so many different classifications here. The classifications obviously matter, oftentimes relating to severity of impairment. So I learned a lot in my first years covering this meet. How finely tuned the classifications are, and again, just because you see athletes competing together does not mean they're in the same classification. The integration across classifications is the hallmark of the meet. Why we have this incredible range of adaptive athletes all working together in these events, but oftentimes they may be competing in a category all by themselves. It was 10:43 on the first throw there for Jonathan Osborne. Looked like a foul on the second throw. Saw the dreaded red flag for any field event athlete. They bring his implement back to him here. It's a little spitting a little rain out there, so you can see the field event uh, judges out there with they got the towels out. Johnny's he's got a southpaw thrown here. We got a lefty. It looked like a solid throw. You see him there on the feed talking to coach. It was Johnny's fourth or fifth throw there. That one was marked good. You can see him practicing his follow through. And 5-3 there on the fourth throw. Okay, just got word that we are going to have men's seated seated shot put at the northeast ring. We're going to have Isaac Duncan there. He is warming up right now. All right, Johnny was 1083 on attempt number 5, and then we just saw there on the feed the 6th attempt for Johnny. A lot of consistency in that series. A lot of 10-meter throws. So 9.59 for Johnny's last throw. His best throw somewhere in the middle, 1083 for his best there. So he did not come in with a previously listed mark on our sheets. So good throw. He's competing there in the F34 classification. The 34 classifications are oftentimes trunk or limb impairment. A lot of our cerebral palsy athletes are categorized in the 30s for the track and the field. My brother Chad is a cerebral palsy athlete. Used to compete in Special Olympics, and definitely a lot of respect for our cerebral palsy athletes that are competing out here today. Incredible to watch them get it done out there. We're going to shift over to we're going to have Isaac Duncan here competing as an F90 in the men's seated shot put. Let's see if we can get our So Isaac does not come in with a mark. It's unattached and is competing in the U17 Open. So high school aged. While we wait on Isaac's throws in our transition here, we'd like to thank the Student Accessibility and Accommodation Services at the University of Michigan. They're the home unit of the Adaptive Sports and Fitness Program. SAAS envisions an academic experience, a campus, and a world that values equity, accessibility, inclusion, and belonging for all. SAAS also leads the shared work to change perspectives around people with disabilities, helping to dismantle systemic barriers and provide individualized support for the disabled students at the University of Michigan. It's such a laudable goal. As a family growing up in the 1970s and 1980s with a brother who was in a wheelchair, my family consistently faced discrimination in public by any of our attempts to go do anything normal. Our normative experience in the 1980s was carrying my brother into movie theaters and restaurants, and that is not what people in wheelchairs or otherwise deserve. So I applaud any work that the Student Accessibility and Accommodation Services Department can do to create an equitable experience for these student athletes and really for the broader population because it changes the lives of families when those accommodations are made and life becomes much more equitable for individuals and families. So many thanks to their work for facilitating a better experience both on campus here and in the broader world. We're sitting now here waiting for Isaac Duncan's he's taken the seated position here. Um Transitioning also over in the discus ring. Carson, can we get a confirmation about who's next up in this seated discus? All right. Nobody coming up yet in the seated discus. I got my producer and assistant here, Carson Vittorio, on the radio, providing information from down on the field. Got Isaac going through his warm up throws down here in the northeast ring. No, that may have been the competition throw. I see the white flag up there. So uh, we're going to start to get some reports on Isaac's competition series here. Again, not listed with a mark coming in. So Isaac's best throw in that seated shot was 4.68 was his last throw. So 4.68 solid result there in the seated shot for Isaac. Again, he's listed in the U17 Open, so it'd be a high school aged athlete. Great to have him involved uh, in the competition here. All right, we're gonna pause here for a second and see who we're getting into the seats next. While we're waiting for our next athletes here, we want to make sure that we thank some of the great other partners here. Move United is the national leader in adaptive sports and a supporter of today's event. Their support ensures that athletes here have a path to compete nationally. We also want to thank the Athletes Without Limits for helping make today's competition more inclusive for athletes with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I want to make sure that we want to make as broad a meet as possible. We also want to thank the Ann Arbor Sports Commission. Proud to partner with the Ann Arbor Sports Commission, which works to bring exciting, inclusive sports events like this one to this local community. And last but not least, we want to thank the ASF Adaptive Sports and Fitness Advisory Board. Their leadership and support help grow and sustain adaptive athletics at the University of Michigan and beyond. So many thanks to all of the many groups that come together. It's definitely a gathering of the tribes to get a real big event like this together for the athletes. We're gonna take a pause here as we figure out who the next athletes are gonna be up in each of the seats. All right, we're about ready to start the women's seated javelin at the Northeast Ring. Did he say this? Amy Zyber going first, you guys? Amy Zyber? All right, we saw Amy earlier from competing under Glassa in the U20 Open, the categorization of F56 for her classification. She's starting the javelin here now. You can see on screen. Again, the javelin, just such an elastic event. Like the range of motion is so key in any javelin thrower. And obviously, interesting to see these athletes generate that range of motion and also the arm speed that is so key in the javelin. Outside of the strength it takes to actually throw the implements. So, such a finely calibrated event, javelin. Looks to be a fairly solid throw. I don't know if Amy's in the measured throws yet or just in warm up. She will be our next athlete up here. Looks to be still warming up. All right, we have Amy here coming up with her competition throws. You can see the all of a sudden the sun comes out. So definite, like been a little bit overcast, spit and rain here. You'd seen the officials wiping down the implements there for the athletes over the last 30 40 minutes. Still a little bit damp out there in the grass too. So obviously want to make sure that athletes have a good grip on the implement so they can control it a little bit better. All right, so we got a white flag on that attempt. That looked to be better than several of the warm up attempts. So we'll be awaiting the official distances. Again, we're usually going to see these athletes with three quick attempts, little break, maybe some coaching. Another good attempt there. Amy does not come in with a best mark in the javelin. She's competing in the F56 classification in the U20 Open age group. The third attempt looked to be a little bit shorter than the previous two, but hard to judge from up here. Definitely just saw a longer discus throw over there, so I'm not sure who's getting loaded up here, but like start to figure out who is next up in this discus ring. We get confirmation of who this is in the discus ring. I just saw a pretty good warm up throw. Uh, yeah, we got Gary, Eric Francis from the University of Alabama now up in the discus ring. It's very exciting to see him. He clearly is one of the elite athletes in this meet. I definitely could tell even just by it definitely tell just by the warm up throws that he's got significant class. Comes in with a listed throw of over 30 meters. We still have Amy Zybers just finishing up the javelin here. We're just getting her results. We're gonna zoom over here to Eric while we're waiting on Amy's discus throws. A- Amy's best javelin there was 7.06. So she came in with no mark. So, I mean, that's a solid series. We turn now to Eric Francis over getting warmed up. Very strong athlete. Eric throws for the University of Alabama. You can even watch during his warm up throws. He's significantly more rotation than some of our other athletes. You can see the again, distance is always about elasticity. Is this kind of weird, stretchy physics that great discus throwers are going to get? You can see Eric generate a lot of force and power through the. That was a foul there. See the red flag go up. Eric give the discus a little playful toss up before he gets into his motion. That's kind of fun. That's a white flag, and that looked to be a good throw. It was pretty far down the right hand sector. So 31.76 is Eric's listed best mark. His seed he comes in with. So we'll see how his throws today are in relationship to that seed. Pretty calm day out here for the discus. Usually there are some different wind attributes that can help the discus. Kind of reached the midpoint of Eric's series, getting the discus wiped down a little bit, adjusting his positioning. Another fair throw there for Eric Francis. That one looked like it had a little too much air under it, a little shorter than possibly than his throw in round three. Again, these are all guesses with the naked eye, but that third round throw had looked to be his best so far. We get Eric. All right, we have Maria Valle is coming up in the seated javelin. We're gonna try to catch Eric Francis's final throw or two here before switching over to Maria. We highlighted earlier on the broadcast, and she's the founder of her own nonprofit, an incredible athlete, but also a huge contributor to the incredible athlete to the adaptive sport community. She formed I Am an Athlete too during her college career. It's a nonprofit that champions inclusion and empowerment for disabled athletes. They have a big presence here at the meet. We can see Eric with his final throw. Solid throw there. We're gonna get some distances on these here coming up. Let's see if we can get Carson to get some of these throws for Eric as he gets out of the seat. We're gonna switch over to Maria here. Catch some of Maria's throws in the seated javelin. With Maria Villa. It looks like the second or third marked throw there from Maria. That was good. Fairly consistent so far in her series based on the marks. All right, we're awaiting Maria Vlad just finished the seated javelin, so we're waiting her results as well as Eric Francis's results. Both really prominent athletes in this meet, in their own way. So Maria comes in with a 784 best mark. We're waiting to hear her throws. We just got confirmation that Eric Francis's top throw was 3101. So slightly, let me see here, slightly above perhaps his no, slightly below his entry mark. Eric had thrown 3176 as his best mark and was at 3101 in today's competition. So still really a healthy series. So we're getting confirmation here that Maria's top throw was 819. That's a huge improvement over her listed best mark of 784. So we looking at a 35 centimeter improvement there for Maria. One of the biggest PRs of the meet so far. So congrats to her on a great performance down in the javelin today. We'll reset here for a second and see who's up next in both rings. Amelia Gwynn from Athletes Without Limits, competing in our F56 classification, will be the next thrower up in the javelin. So we can see Amelia getting strapped into the seated position here. She'll be up next, and then we're going to try to get some confirmation about who's coming up next in this seated men's discus. We have an athlete in there warming up now, so let's see who that is. Men's seated discus. Athlete warming up in the seated discus here. Got an A on his chest. I'm guessing that might be Zachary Carter from the University of Alabama. And get some confirmation for that. I'm going to leave you to watch his warm ups. We're as we also get prepared in our Northeast ring for Amelia Gwynn to compete here in the seated javelin. Flip the feedback over here to we can watch Amelia Gwynn get some of her practice throws in the seated javelin. We got competition marks going on in both rings here at once. We believe this is Zach Carter down at the men's seated discus. He's got a really interesting style. He kind of comes from underneath and gets a lot of elevation on his throw based on his body positioning. if we can catch one more of his throws, or he may be halfway through here. I think coach coming out to talk with him a little bit. We'll flip our feed here to the seated discus to see if we can catch Amelia. Some of her competition throws here. Again, the lean back, the ability to build some torque and some speed is so tough in the seated positions. You'll see Amelia with the real like deep lean back and then bring as much speed as she can forward. Definitely got a bunch of good series going here in terms of legal throws. A little bit of a double take on that one, but that actually looked to be maybe one of her better throws of this series. I kind of like this mid-series break that these athletes take. You get like it's kind of like three attempts and then a bit of a break to talk to recalibrate, get some feedback from coaches, and then they take the final three throws. Looks like we're transitioning now again, perhaps in the seated men's discus. Got a lot of our sport chair athletes out here taking some loops around the oval during the open track here during the field events. So that's kind of exciting. Get me kind of pumped for tomorrow's racing. Um, as a distance runner, I always enjoy the 800, 1500, 5K versions of these events. You know, everybody's got to get their turns calibrated in and get used to the track. You know, every track is its own thing, and so I always like watching the our wheelchair racers, our sport chair racers, kind of fine tuning their chairs. Looks like we have more throws here coming out of the men's seated discus. We don't have a correspondent down there anymore, so uh, we're guessing this is Zach Carter. Let's see his wind up. I really like his throwing motion. He gets kind of wound up and then kind of swoops in from underneath, almost like generating his velocity a little bit more like say like a submarine pitcher would in baseball. It's just a different, real. You know, you can see the contrast in his throwing motion to Eric Francis, who comes through a little bit more level from the position that he's able to do. Getting word that the women's seated javelin is now concluded. Amelia, that was our last thrower there. Sounds like they're going to get back to the men's seated shot. All right, looks like we're going to transition now in the men's seated discus. We have quite a field there today, so we're working our way through uh quite a few. There's 7 men listed in the discus for the different seated classifications. We have 12 men listed in the seated shot put today across the various classifications. So uh, definitely quite a few of those guys left to go. We have not seen many of the men up in the seated shot circle. I think we'll now start to uh, dive into those guys, and we're going to start to see some of the women now transition over to the discus area. So yeah, we just finishing up. I think maybe toward the end of our men's seated discus. For Amelia Gwynn, we're just hearing that 5.28 meters was her best down there. So, not sure if she came in with a seed. We're going to check that real quick for seed women's javelin. She came in with a 5.31 best mark. So, just a little bit off of her best, 3 centimeters. So, a solid showing here today for Amelia Gwynn as we transition again. So, we'll take a quick break here and get back to you once we see who's coming up next in each of these areas. So that was Zach Carter from the University of Alabama. That was last up in the men's seated discus ring. His best was 13. What was the 13.61 confirmed best throw there for Zachary Carter. I think he's thrown a little bit better than that. We'll go back to I think he's been a 14.44 a 14.44 meter thrower before. So not quite at his best, a little bit under a meter under his best listed throw. So not quite at his top level today. Still a solid series nonetheless. As we are shifting here once again. So we're going to try to find out who this is coming into the seated position now in the we believe this is still the men's discus. As we transition now in the men's seated discus, just want to read out some more spotlights and thank yous. We want to thank Michigan Athletics for being a valued partner and helping integrate adaptive events into the broader athletic community. Michigan has made an incredible investment in adaptive sports over the last decade. These track athletes in this program are a result of that initiative. We also are grateful to the Student Life Division for supporting accessible programs that improve the student experience both on and off the field for Michigan student athletes. Lastly, we want to thank the Disability Network WLM, which connects people with disabilities to resources, advocacy, and inclusive opportunities. Very thankful to have them as partners with us in this event. So Very appreciative of all the community support that makes this 2-day meet possible. We're gonna see if we can get a radio down to the field here to see who's next up in this men's seated discus. So coming up now next in the seated men's discus is Vedant Mishra, classification F53, competing in the open division here today. He's currently going through his practice throws, so he'll be going live here in a little bit. The northeast ring, we still have looks like seated javelin still. Not sure who this is up in the ring at the moment. We'll have to get some word here who this is warming up. Does not look like competition throws as of yet in the seated javelin. Just catching the last couple. No, that was the competition throw here now for Vedant Mishra. Looked to be a right sector foul. Again, throwing looks to be left-handed in that underhanded style that we saw from Zachary Carter as well. Guessing that was throw one. The discus a little cleaned up, and we'll catch this second throw here. That did look to be a legal throw for Vidant. Continue to work through Vedant Mishra's series here in the seated shot or seated discus ring. He's in the midpoint of his series. We're going to flip over to the other ring here. Watching, we have Taylor Gassman here up in the seated javelin. Doesn't come in with a mark. She's competing in the U20 Open here. Looks to be a pretty strong mark here. I saw the officials out there. Okay, so we're about to get Taylor's javelin marks. We're getting word that Taylor's top mark there was 10.53 meters. It's pretty significant over a 10-meter throw. Definitely in a good series. 4 or 5 throws over 10 meters there with 10.53 is the best. Again, she didn't come in listed with a best mark, so we're assuming that's it. Good for Taylor. We're going to shift our coverage back over to see what's going on in the seated discus. Still finishing up with Vishant Mitra in the seated discus, hoping we can get some marks on Vishant here. All right, here we have it's going to be the back half of Vidant's discus series. Solid throw there, and fair. At least one more throw for Vidant here. That one looked to be a foul down the right sector, and is flagged as such. All right, looks like we're going to be transitioning away from Vidant's series here in the men's seated discus. See if we can check out what's happening in the women's. The javelin should be over down here. Perhaps transitioning now into the men's shot put. Don't think there are any female competitors left in either the javelin or the shot. So we are going to have a shift here sooner or later where our female competitors will come over and throw the seated discus, and then our men will come over and throw the seated shot. So when that transition takes place, we'll take a break here, and we'll thank the Guardian for their support as title sponsors for the meet. Guardian Life Insurance Company of America is a leading provider of insurance and employee benefits. For their incredible support of adaptive sports and their sponsorship of multiple marquee events through the Adaptive Student Athlete Program, we thank you. We also want to thank the U of M Adaptive Sports and Fitness Program for putting on this meet and giving so many opportunities to athletes, both on this campus and in the broader community. And in the really, this has become a national level meet. So many thanks to the many faces behind the scenes for making the Miller Family Open happen. We also would be remiss without thanking the Miller family themselves just for making this meet possible and supporting inclusive athletic opportunities at Michigan and elsewhere. And last but not least, the other partners here, Move United, World Athletics, Virtus, and USATF for continuing to promote and expand inclusive opportunities for track and field across the United States and across the world. So this meet is a celebration of the many different types of people that compete with underneath the Paralympics umbrella, and being able to watch them compete side by side uh, is a real joy. So we'll take a break here as we shift throw groups. For Sorry, we're getting word here that the last athlete in the seated discus was Isaac Duncan, not Vedant Mishra. Best throw there of 12-12. Sorry, we have a bit of a communication gap between what we're watching on the screen in real time and people feeding us results and names from down below on the field. So while we transition, we'll leave it here to watch the warm ups of the next athlete.
And we're back. University of Michigan Miller Family Open in the seated discus. We're looking at a new athlete sitting down there. Looks like we got the ambulatory javelin getting warmed up. These athletes come from a variety of backgrounds. We got able-bodied throwers from the University of Michigan club team. We got athletes without limits represented. We got a T62. We got a T46. You name it, we got it. Make sure you stay tuned for the next big event, the ambulatory javelin. And we'll be right back after a word from our sponsor. Just for a minute.
Nobody. Oh, you're good. Bowman threw it. Bowman threw a long time ago. See? Yeah. I don't know who that was up. Who was up in the seated in this northeast? Is this the men starting to throw shot now, or what do we got? Okay, they look like jav marks over there. Looks like we've got men's seated javelin now going on in this northeast ring. Let's see if we can get to our list of who our seated athletes are in the javelin today. Okay, that was Luke who's the first thrower. I saw him measuring over there. So 1441 was our last throw over there. Was Luke Bowman. We are starting to get a little bit of action now. A new athlete moving into the seated discus here in the northwest field. Gonna need to see if we get some confirmation on who this is. Carson, you see, can we get some see who's coming up in this northwest ring? We'll stay kind of locked in here while we're waiting word of who's taking the seat here in the discus. So on screen now we have Johnny Osborne here from the University of Michigan in the seated jab. That looked like a pretty good throw, actually. I don't know if that's a warm up or it looks like he's still warming up here. I did not see a flag go up or down. So seated javelin. Let's see if we can get seed marks here from Johnny. Doesn't look like he has a listed best mark coming into the meet. He's competing as a F34 classification, the open division. We saw Johnny, I think, earlier throw the seated discus. So now he's moving over to a second event here. Couple strong throws for Johnny here during warm up. So we'll see if he can convert that over into if he can convert that over into the competition phase. The third he's gonna wish they measured that one. But so it goes with field event athletes. Unfortunately, they do not measure the warm up throws. Johnny, I think here again, as I said earlier, is in the F34 classification, which is our athletes with trunk disorders. Cerebral palsy athletes compete in these F30 classifications. As I said earlier, my brother has cerebral palsy and definitely competed in many of these same events in Special Olympics growing up, but not near the opportunities that these athletes have now. He grew up in the 1980s, so not nearly the level of adaptive service that these kids get. All right, Johnny Osborne here, moving into his competition throws now and seated javelin. Second throw here by Johnny. Maybe a slight improvement there based on the officials' marks, but looks to be a little shorter. Both of those are good marks though in the zone, in the sector zone. All right, we're gonna get some measurements for Johnny here. trying to get a name on the competitor here in our Northwest ring in the seated discus. We're getting word that Johnny Osborne threw 983 in the seated javelin, which is his new PR. So that's a big deal. We've also got some warm ups happening in front of us here in the ambulatory javelin. I'm not sure if the competition is today or tomorrow. We got some officials over here, so I'm guessing we're going to get some ambulatory javelin action here. We do not have a camera on that at the moment, so it's a good PR by 983 for Johnny Osborne in seated jav. You know, it's inching out now toward that 10-meter throw. So congrats to him. Always the best feeling in track and field is a new personal best. Again, we're continuing to see video here of competition in the Northwest ring in the men's seated discus. Not quite sure who this competitor is. We don't have anybody down on that ring at the moment. Okay, that has been Gary Hurt down in the discus. Gary is competing under the F90 classification in the Masters 50-year-old age division. His best in that series that we just saw was 10.45 meters. So again, athlete like Gary Hurt. We saw Ray Brown earlier, who's competing in the Masters 60 age group. We have everybody from beginning athletes here all the way up to age group athletes in their 50s and 60s. So continues to highlight the incredibly inclusive and communal nature of this Miller Family Open. One of my favorite things about it is you start walking and meeting athletes here. You don't know what age like you're gonna meet. Everybody's got an incredible story once you start talking to them. So we're gonna hope to highlight some of those stories tomorrow on our pre-show, which starts at 8:30 a.m. We'll be going from 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. Ahead of the 10 o'clock start of the track meet. We have some of the field events starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and then roughly I think 11:30 to 12:30 we're going to try to put together a halftime show, see who we can pull in that maybe wants to come talk on air just about how the meet's going and highlight results and any stories we can pull in that way. So even if you don't watch any of this in real time, this will all be free on the Pack Media YouTube channel, and will be available there after the meet for rewatch. So, all right, as we transition now in our Northwest ring, flip back to the Northeast ring here. So now we're going to go to the men's seated javelin here. Let's see who we have. This looks like we have Isaac Duncan coming up. In it, and again, we go from Gary Hurt competing in the Masters 50 age group down to now Isaac Duncan in the under 17 open age group. So there's the that wide inclusiveness I was just highlighting as you have these athletes come back to back. Um, we also now in the south end of the stadium have our ambulatory male and female javelin throwers warming up. Uh, so we do not have video on that right now. Um, they had told us we were only going to be competing at the north end of the stadium today, so we didn't set up a feed on the south end here. So it does look like they are getting ready to compete here, though. There's multiple USATF officials out here, so um, javelin exciting an event doesn't occur in that many high school associations. I know it doesn't in Illinois. Not sure in Michigan. Um, I guess there is some concern nationwide about giving high school kids a really like weighted spear to throw around a practice and a meet. But uh, that aside, the javelin is an incredible event. Um, yeah, we are going to work here in the next couple minutes to try to get a camera up on this ambulatory um, javelin throw here at the south end of the stadium. So we're working through Isaac Duncan's warm up throws here. It looks like, or man, we got a couple marks out there. So this may be the actual series here for Isaac. Yeah, this is the actual series here. So um, the way they've been doing this is to flag the throws that are legal and then measure all at once here at the end. So that's why we haven't been able to give throw by throw data from down on the field. So we'll give you some data from those throws from Isaac Duncan here when we get it. Um, so we'll await results while we're waiting. You can see we're making the transition here once again over at the seated discus area. We're going to try to get some confirmation on who this athlete is in the ring now. In the men's seated discus, there's no clear order off of the heat sheets. It's been kind of skipping around, so we don't have a decided and clear throw. You're hearing that throw four for Isaac Duncan. There was 10:09. That's the best of the first four throws. There was a couple of fouls in there. Um, so we're waiting to see if there was an improvement over the 10.09 meters. 986 for the fifth round. Throw six was a foul. So 10.09 uh, is the best for Isaac Duncan in the seated javelin. Oh, smart. Booth camp. Yeah. Got Carson Vittorio here next to me, our producer, setting up a third stream here so we can get a camera on this ambulatory javelin that's about to start here on the south end of the field. So we've got good mix of competitors over here, many different classifications, men, women, etc. So that'll be fun if we can get that online and get that out to you guys. Um, we need to find out who this competitor is and put this on hold and see if we can find out who this is in the Northwest Ring. We just got confirmation that's Colton Pojeda down in the seated discus ring now, competing with an F57 classification. Best mark 20.66, so he's definitely thrown fairly well in his career. So he's competing under with the Grit team in the U20 age group. So he's still in his warm up process, but it's a pretty significant best mark. So a 20-meter throw is a pretty strong throw. I think our farthest throw we've seen today for many of the classifications was Eric Francis, who threw 31.01 meters. University of Alabama athlete. So that was a good throw there. That may mark the beginning of Colton's series. There, it's not always clear from afar when we see the when the warm ups end and when the actual throwing begins. Here on screen now, you're getting a view to the south end of the field as we prepare to begin competition here in the ambulatory javelin. So we'll let that. There's the view you're going to get of that from our press box. Flip back to Colton series here down on the field. Another legal throw. Watching our final warm up throws here in this ambulatory jav. Look like we're getting set for the actual competition here now. Officials kind of getting into spots. We're starting to get into battle mode here as we get in the flow. Another mark there from Colton Pojeda down in the seated discus. As we wait, I think that is the end of Colton's series. I don't know. We may get a radio up of best mark from his series here. We'll call down for that in a second. Hop back over in men's seated jav here on screen now. We have I think this may be Gary Hurt coming over here from the discus area to throw the javelin. He's got a listed best mark of 11.07. Competing in the Masters 50 category. So with a F90 classification for Gary. We're getting measurements now down on Colton Pojeda's discus. We'll have that here in a second. On screen here, we got Gary Hurt competing in the seated javelin. Definitely a mark there for Gary Hurd. Um, Again, we're getting readings on all these javelin markings at the very end of the throw series. And we just started competition here out in the ambulatory javelin. I see our first marks going down. So we will try to switch into a third view here to get some of the action in this competition. We do not have a clear list of competitors here. We'll try to get that as we go in this ambulatory javelin. See which flight we have going here. Got word that Gary's marks will be coming in a moment. Looks like we have men's flight one of javelin here happening right in front of us as well. So we're gonna flip to that second. We are gonna get to see some competition here in the men's uh, ambulatory javelin. It's 10:24. 10:24 for Gary Hurt on his second throw. That's his legal throw on number two. Throws 3 and 4 there were fouls. All right, 10 meters 24 for Gary Hurt today in the men's seated javelin. Came in with 11:07 best. So a little bit off that, but not far. So solid performance there. We're currently watching competition here in the ambulatory javelin. All right, we got uh Got Eric walking over to help us with our reporting uh, on the ambulatory javelin here. We'll take a spin around our other events while he does that. It's like we're in the middle of a changeover here in the seated discus throw. Probably a couple more male athletes to go there before we'll have our women. And then we have a changeover here now in the men's seated javelin. So a lot going on here at once. We do want to start some reporting here from this ambulatory javelin throw as an exciting new addition here. So getting the report in from the seated discus here that Colton Pojeda's best was at 10.63 meters for the for that event. So we're switching over out of Colton to our next competitor there. And so we have Danny Canas from the University of Alabama here. That was him in the that was Danny in the ambulatory javelin here. Pretty good throw there, by the way. Now we have Lily Rosenthal up next in the F62 classification in the ambulatory javelin. Mike Michael Christian now next up in the ambulatory javelin from the University of Michigan. And now in our seated javelin for the men, we're going to have Jonathan. Sorry, switch over. Jonathan Wiesner now coming up in the seated javelin. So we'll catch Michael Christian's throw here and then switch over just briefly here to the seated javelin. Solid throw there by Michael Christian from the home University of Michigan. Multiple athletes in this ambulatory division competing in with prosthetic lower limbs. Some single, some double, some below the knee, some above the knee. Real strong throw by Michael Christian there. 25-43 for Michael Christian. Real big throw there. That one got some throws from the crowd for sure. That was over art. Next up in the javelin for the ambulatory is Wyatt Serrato. Wyatt will be on our pre-show tomorrow. It's just to highlight one of the stronger University of Michigan athletes. That last throw was over 30 meters. So the sector here is a little bit clearer. Every line out here is 10 meters. So you can see that on your screen. That was about a 23, 24-meter throw there by Serrato. Again, no real clear flight order here for us to follow. So we're getting the names one at a time as they're relayed up to us. Yeah, 2364 confirmed for Serrato. Up next, we have Miles. Looking for Miles's name. Let's see. Don't have a last name, but we have Miles up in ambulatory jab. That was a nice throw. It's about a 29-meter throw there by Miles. That's Miles Krasny competing independent in the open age group. Now we have Luke Ramos from the University of Alabama competing in the F46 classification in age group U20 open. So pretty spirited ambulatory discus competition going on here. We had one throw over 30 meters. Throw before this by Miles was around 28.85 for Miles. And now we have Luke Ramos here from the University of Alabama. It's a good throw, right around 25 meters here. Probably maybe just a little short of 25 meters. I'm just guessing by looking at the sector. I'm saying 24.90. Tanner May now is up, an alum of the University of Michigan. Again, Coach Calvin Sullins and the Michigan Wolverines building quite a legacy here, not just with their current team. Now they're starting to have. I was close on Luke's throw, 24.71. My guess was 24.90, so I was a little off. All right, here's University of Michigan alumnus Tanner May in the ambulatory javelin. Real short approach there. Strong throw, though, over 30 meters. This is going to be a little short of 31 meters, probably 30 and a half based on the mark out there. So we'll see what that one comes in. That's the second farthest throw I think we've seen so far. So that was Tanner May. That was a 30.90 for Tanner May. Dylan Shorish coming up next in the men's ambulatory javelin. Who was that 1986 for? Getting word that Jonathan Wiesner just threw 1986 the seated javelin. So that's a heck of a mark. I think that might be the best we've seen so far today out of any of our classifications. 1986 from Jonathan Wiesner. As we continue to monitor activity here in the now word that Jonathan Wiesner's thrown a 24.76 as the series continues to come in on its measurements. The University of Alabama athlete up here now in the ambulatory javelin. That was Danny Canas with a 27.06. Now Lily Rosenthal up an ambulatory jav. Throw is good. Guessing about 16 meters there on Lily Rosenthal's throw. Real nice throw by Jonathan Wiesner now down in that seated javelin. Let's just take a spin around. We got looks like we got a changeover in athletes here in the seated discus. Something similar here as we await a changeover in the seated javelin. This looks to be up now in the ambulatory javelin. This I think is once again Michael Christian from the University of Michigan. That was a foul. And now we'll have Daniel Figueroa competing in the F44 classification. These are generally our single or double leg amputee athletes using a prosthetic. Strong throw by Daniel there, right around 29 meters there. And then now up next, we'll once again have Wyatt Serrato from the University of Michigan. Looks to be pretty similar to Serrato's first throw there. I think he was right around 23, 24 meters in the first one. This is going to be Miles Krasny again now here in the ambulatory javelin. Really, really nice throw here by Miles Krasny. This is another 30-meter throw. Luke Ramos now up for the University of Alabama. So we have Luke Ramos now getting measured here for his throw in the ambulatory javelin. I think we're also doing some measurement down in the seated discus men for Vedant Mishra. I think who we misidentified earlier. Uh, so apologies for that. We should be getting some results of his throws. That was 2063 for Luke Ramos from Alabama. And now we have Tanner May. Once again, the University of Michigan alum. Looks to be about the same where Luke was last time. I think Luke was either just over 30 meters or just under. And now we have Dylan coming up for that ambulatory jab throw on screen here. It's Dylan Shorish. He's throwing unattached. That was a 28-25 on Tanner May. We're getting Vedant Mishra's throws in on the radio here. 625 is his best through the first four. Okay, so Vedant Mishra finishes with a 625 in the seated discus. Um, he did not come in with a clear mark, so we'll leave that with that today. 625 for the best. Looks like we're starting to switch over. Looks like we're starting to switch over to a different flight here in the ambulatory javelin. So I'm going to hand the mic off to Carson Vittorio here for a little bit, so I can take a bit of a break. That was Matthew Gordon up on screen there, and we're going to tap Carson in here for a little bit. I'll be back in some time.
All right, yeah, here we are. Danny Canaz is now up next here in the shot put. All right, yeah. Here we are. Lily Rosenthal now just finished up here. He's getting unseated here now. Michael Christian is now up next here in the javelin. We're going to look at him here. Good throw. He takes it. Daniel is up next now in the University of Alabama. Flying through the javelin here, the south end of the track. A good throw. White flag. That's Daniel Figueroa with Wyatt Serrato up next. Figueroa comes in with a mark of 28:35. Twenty-six 86 there for Daniel in the javelin. Wyatt Serrato is now up from the University of Michigan and out there. Ooh, looks like a good throw there. Gonna have to see what that final number is. Miles is up next. Krasny. Luke is up next now from the University of Alabama. We're looking at Luke Ramos in the U20 age group here. Competing in the F46 classification. $37.50 for Mile Krasny there. Foul there. Foul there from Luke Ramos in the javelin. Ooh, that's easily our farthest throw so far. It barely missed our screen there. It went farther than what we have on the screen right now. Dylan Shorzy or Shorshy is your next athlete up here in the javelin. Oh, he did this. We have our athlete from the Czech Republic. And there you go. There's another good throw in the Jeff. Lily Rosenthal is up next now. Comes in with a PR of 22:28. Lily Rosenthal now. A foul there from Lily. We have Eric Francis here of the University of Alabama now in the seated Jav. I think that might be the last throw for Eric Francis here. So we're going to switch back over to the javelin again. Matthew Gordon now up. Get the throw here soon. great music here as well, by the way. Got a lot of athletes here in the javelin. Great to see. Good throw there. That looks to be Lily again. Rosenthal. .32.35, it sounds like, for Verdant was his best mark in the seated discus. Excellent throwing in there from him. We saw him go a few times there a little bit earlier. Wyatt Serrato is up now. Got a University of Michigan athlete up now in the javelin. Good throw. Lily Rosenthal is up next here in the javelin. we're finishing up here. We're getting into the few throwers here. We're gonna switch back over to this. We have it ready to go. Got some good throws here. Next attempt. That might be third attempt, if I'm correct. There for our athlete. Gotta get some identification on who this is, but good throw. And we got, she's up again. See here, over in the discus.
Colton Pagetta comes in at 8:06 with his best seated javelin. Saw him earlier in the seated discus. So we're winding up our day one action. The ambulatory javelin is now concluded, and we still have some women, I think, to throw here in the seated women discus. And I was just walking in my break down by the seated javelin. I think we believe we have some younger athletes yet to throw here. Uh, so we'll try to get some names on. Not sure we've seen the shot put men seated yet either, but that may not come today. There's quite a few athletes in that thing, so we'll see as people relay up to us what action is happening. Again, we just saw Colton Pajeda uh, finish his series in the seated javelin. Um, an 8.06 meter throw was his best. Really interesting to watch. I was down on the field watching Eric Francis from the University of Alabama just calibrate his seated position, calibrate his chair, make sure he had a stable base. Very, very, he's kind of digging in there down with his Allen wrench, and very, very precise measurements as these athletes get put into their throwing positions to keep them stable, but also to optimize their ability to throw well and throw far. So, as with anything that starts to progress toward the higher levels, where there's a lot of technical ins and outs to the equipment in adaptive athletics, and it's actually, I think, one of the more interesting stories is the equipment that people are wearing, how they optimize it, how it's fitted particularly for the comfort and performance of the athletes involved. Very, very different than in your able-bodied counterparts, where we're maybe talking about some shoes and things like that. There's a lot more going on down on the infield in these especially in these seated um, events, than you would see at a regular everyday track meet. So really, really fascinating to watch. The workers and the volunteers and the athletes and the coaches working together to get everybody into these optimized positions with the equipment that they're using. So not sure who is coming up next. See who's in the seated discus position here. Give me a second. Okay, just got word from down below that we're transitioning now through our women's seated discus. Should we have 4 competitors here in the women's seated discus: Caroline Winstill, Amy Zeiber, Amelia Gwynn, and Taylor Gassman. So we've seen most of those ladies throw in the other disciplines earlier today. So we'll be transitioning to them. And then in our other ring here, we're going to transition to the men's seated shot put. So we'll see how much of that competition we get through here. The meet was delayed today due to a conflict in scheduling with a track camp that had been scheduled here, kind of in conflict with the Miller Family Open. So we got on the track an hour later than we were supposed to, and we're starting to lose some light here. We're looking at 8:21 Eastern Standard Time here. So again, we're close to the summer solstice. So probably another maybe an hour of daylight here. We shall see, but the we do start to kind of battle against the time factor and the light factor here. No lights here in the outdoors track stadium at the University of Michigan. So now there are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 14 or 15 listed seated shot put men. So I do not really see us getting through that whole roster if all of those 15 are here. And I know most of them, as I'm looking at the list, have competed in other events here today and are here. So we will see what we get done tonight. So we'll keep you posted. Just relayed results here from Vedant Mishra over at the seated javelin. Best throw 750. Let's see. We're gonna check that against his entry mark. See where he comes in against that mark. We didn't have we had a no throw for him coming in, so that may be a starter mark. A lot of these athletes at the Miller Family Open are definitely jumping into events either they haven't done before or they haven't done this year. So And we're as we continue to switch over here in the women's discus, our last competitor up there was Amelia Gwynn. Best discus throw down there was 3.87 for her. So again, not sure if we had a previous mark for Amelia. Oh yeah, it looks like she came in with a discus of 4.08. So a little bit off of that. 387 was her best throw today. Uh, some just about 20 centimeters off of her personal best. So a solid series, solid throw for her today. So we have three competitors left down there in the women's seated discus. So we'll get you word here in a little bit on who is taking the seat next as they continue to get that seat set up for the next thrower. We'll also shift back over to the men's shot here. We no, it looks like we're still throwing men's javelin. Definitely somebody warming up for jav here. So up here now with competition throws in the seated javelin is we have Ray Brown. We saw him earlier in the seated discus. Really solid first throw from Ray. Let's see if we can get a little data on his previous best throws. But we have to go on here. Yeah, so Ray comes in with a no mark. He's competing with an F57 classification in the Masters age group 60. So good on Ray, man. Still chasing those age group classification marks. As somebody about to turn 50, I appreciate that as well. I ran a 10K a couple weeks ago and was thinking I should get ready for my age 50 year when I'm at the bottom of my age classification. Always really admired athletes that continue to compete at these higher age levels. We continue to track Ray Brown here in the seated javelin throw. Put a couple throws out here pretty far. Looks to have a nice series going on so far. Very strong athlete. That looked to be a marginal improvement on that one. I know I see at least 4 marks out there. So he's had a really nice series. That was his best throw there. Looks to be the four throws out of six here. Again, we should get these marks at the end. Oh, that was a really strong throw. Nice series going on for Ray Brown. This is last throws 4 and 5 there have been his best of the competition. We'll see if he's got one more big one in him. Another strong throw. Great end to series here for Ray Brown. Hope to get his marks here in a little bit. We'll pause and flip over to women's seated discus. Got some warm ups going on here. Real strong thrower here. Not sure who this is coming into the ring. See if I can get an athlete ID down here on the discus now that Ray Brown is done. All right, Caroline Winstell now comes into the discus ring. You can see her warming up there. She's competing in an F57 classification. She's got a best mark here of 22.17. So that's a really strong mark. She's competing in the masters class 35. So 35-year age group. Got a pretty strong mark on her resume here. So we'll see what she throws today in relation to that mark. We'll leave the feed here as she continues to warm up. So we're seeing first throws here from Caroline Winstill down in the women's seated discus. First throw looked to be fair. Really like her form here. She's again a very elastic athlete. You can see the torque she's able to generate, and some speed through the throw. It looked to be a nice throw down the right hand sector. Again, like a number of other athletes we've seen today, she's throwing lefty. Gonna see Caroline transition back to her chair here. So missed a couple throws. Results just in from Ray Brown over at the seated men's javelin. Really great series. This is the kind of, I'm gonna read it to you. This is the kind of series that you hope to see as a coach. So hold on, I'm getting Caroline's results. I'm gonna write these down. My apologies. I was getting data there on Caroline Winstill's throws. I'll get to that in a second. But Ray Brown's series. This is the kind of series you love to see as a coach. 1328, 1331, 1402, 1480, and then 1502. We saw that on the broadcast live, how that fifth round throw really sailed and then finished with a foul. So you get that ascending, series of throws where every throw is better than the one before. That's always a great feeling as an athlete and for a coach working with an athlete. A similar story over in the women's seated discus as we see Caroline Winstill transitioning back to her chair. Same exact thing. She had 5 throws in a row that were better than the one before. So 20.12, 20.52, 21.45, 21.75, and then that big throw down the right sector was 22.41. So that betters her previous personal best by I'm doing math here late in the day, 24 centimeters, so 22.17 previous best mark, 22.41 today. So congratulations to Caroline on a huge final throw. That's definitely two series that we love to see where you get athletes building confidence as we go through their series. So we should have 2 female athletes left if they're both going to throw. We've got Taylor Gassman still to come and Amy Zyber, who we've seen in the other 2 throws events today. And now I'm going to flip back over to the Northeast ring for this should be now finally, I think, competition in the men's shot put. I believe we are finally done with discus or not discus with javelin over here in this ring. We may also see 2 rings at once going with the shot put once the women finish in this Northwest ring, because there are quite a few throwers here in this men's shot competition. So there's 13 or 14 athletes to throw here. So we'll allow this to keep moving on as we transition athletes into the seat. So just got word that we're transitioning now to our final competitor in the women's discus is going to be Tyla Gassman. So we can we'll leave this on the feed on here as she gets set in position and then begins her warm ups. That may be a little bit off. We'll see if we can catch some action over here at the men's seated shot put. Still awaiting action here as we get situated in both of these seated events. We'll continue to keep monitoring both rings for when we get our get our competition throws going here. Not sure which ring is going to be situated first. They're getting fairly close down here in this final female discus thrower for Taylor Gassman. We can see her kind of getting situated in the ring. So we'll keep it. Just got some results in from the men's seated javelin. for Tomas Horacek. No mark listed, but quite a great series from him as well. 2840 is the best throw, but also three other throws over 27 meters. So really strong showing by Tomas there, um, competing in the open division, representing the Czech Republic as well. So didn't come in with a mark, but has a heck of a mark now. So I think we caught some of that competition. Um, Again, at this point, hard to tell exactly who is up. I think they're transitioning now to shot put. We'll keep this on the women's seated discus here. You guys can watch Taylor Gassman in the ring. You can see her getting loosened up, and then transition into her competition throws here in a little bit. All right, we continue to await these rings down here. Oh, I know we're real close with Taylor Gassman here. She's been going through her warm up routines. We're gonna catch her now through her full series. Still didn't see a flag either way on that one, so we're still in the warm ups here for Gassman. So Gassman now moved into her competition throws. That one was that was a fair throw inbounds in sector. She's listed here as having a 51-foot discus personal best. So we've been doing meters all day. Now I got to go backwards to. I'm gonna make a guess here. I mean, 51 meters is 51 feet is probably around 15 meters. Grab my handy conversion app here. Like Gassman second throw. Not sure if that was in sector. That is. We can see white flag from the judge. And my guess was correct there on her personal best too. 15.54 meters is an equivalent to 51 feet. So we'll see uh where these throws end up landing, with her having a 15.54 meter personal best. That's Kayla's third throw there. So we'll see a quick little break here. She hits the middle of her series. Look like Guessman's 4th round throw there. We'll be getting a full accounting of these throws here in not too long. All right, so Guessman has finished her series. We'll get you some reporting on that. We're going to flip over to the our last event going on today is the men's seated shot put. So we'll have that. Okay, so just got Taylor Gassman's throws. Best ends up being 14 meters and 78. So kind of the series all over the place. The 3 throws over 14 meters, which is pretty solid. Again, she comes in with a best of 50, listed as a best of 51 feet, which would be 15.54 meters. So a bit off of like her best in the discus here today, but 3 solid throws today over 14 meters. So hopefully she'll be happy with that. Um, Other than that, in terms of action, we just have these seated shot puts going on. There's 2 rings going down there, which we only have one on camera. So we'll leave the camera here and roll as we start to clean up here. It's we're starting to lose daylight, so we're gonna sign off on the commentary from here and just let these seated shot put results play out as we clean up our area here and get ready to get some dinner, go to bed, and then get here early tomorrow for a long day of really fun track action. We get obviously we have all the track races added on top of another whole range of field events. We're hoping we'll have the camera up here in the booth. We got the long jumps right in front of us, so um, there's some really exciting things that happen in the long jump and an adaptive meet. Seeing visually impaired athletes run with guides down the runway, medium visually impaired or severely visually impaired athletes jumping with no guides, which is an incredible thing. So I was loved watching the long jump the first time I came to the Miller Family Opens. We got that going on in front of us tomorrow. We'll have hopefully we'll have a roaming field event camera. We'll have the ambulatory shot put happening out behind us tomorrow. Maybe you get a camera over there to watch some of that. We'll have the ambulatory discus, and then we have our full range of track events tomorrow, starting with the 5,000 meters at 10 o'clock. So field events get underway here at 9 o'clock. But this is Chris Quick. I'm going to sign off here and just let the video run as we clean up. And yeah, enjoy watching these final throws if you see somebody you recognize on the broadcast. Otherwise, it's been great for today. And we're going to start our wrap up procedure here so we can get out of here before it's dark. So, all right, we'll see you guys bright and early in the morning. Pre-show at 8:30. From 8:30 to 9:30. We got a lot of great guests tomorrow. So excited for that. We'll see you guys tomorrow.